Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, are we good? We are good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? I hope you guys are well. As you can tell, we're going to be going into Pantheon. Hang on a second. Pantheon this evening. My booth is giving me a bit of an issue. Okay, here we go. They had their patch today, or their update. It was another character wipe, as you can tell from character select. So we have started Krushnek again. This will be what, Warrior 13? Apparently they fixed the Mocking Blow ability so that we can actually study it. I believe they also fixed the Ranger issue as well. There were some changes to other classes. I'm not too concerned about those classes because we're never going to play them. So we're going to jump in. Hopefully, this is the last week. I think it was mentioned in a post that this is what they feel could be the final decision they make about where the game is going to be as far as progression goes. So then they can take this and paste it to the 11 to 20, 21 to 30, 31 to 40, etc., so on and so forth. Now, there may be another character wipe next week, who knows? But we're starting over, and hopefully all our skills work. We're still not using Bash. I have I don't have any inkling to use a skill with a 25% success rate on a battle point. I'll take that to my grave, as the phrase goes, because I think that's ridiculous. But whatever. I'm guessing I'm the minority on that, or else they wouldn't have done it. Okay, so we still start with 3 points in everything. Oh, except for general skills. Oh, because they're not really combat related. Okay, so we study Assault. Seasoned Veteran. Then Mocking Blow. Okay, now here's the thing. The color scale used to have a light blue. The light blue has been removed. So it's no longer green, light blue, and dark blue for MobCon. It's green and then dark blue. Or blue. Excuse me. Alright, so if we're gonna... 9 to 10 generates bonus threat, and this doesn't do any threat, right? Right. But it generates a battle point. I think this should be first. Should be second. Okay. Let's go kill a couple things. The server was at moderate population. It was almost full. I'm assuming within the next hour, it'll be close to full, if not full. Probably start falling off the server list. Every Wednesday's been like that. I think a lot of people speedrun their tunes to 10 and then stop for the week. In the hopes that the next level bracket unlocks on the next update. Now, if any of you out there happen to level a DPS tune, I may borrow you so that we can test holding threat with Mocking Blow. But it won't be for a few levels. Missing is still a thing. Good to see. Can't have everything go your way. It's not fun. These are even con mobs, by the way. Level 1, of course. It still looks like 10 kills gets me level 2. I think that's what it did last week. Actually, no, it might have been 6 kills. Starting weapon is still 5 damage. We don't want to interfere with other people's pulls. Excuse me. Hey Stroby, what's going on? New con system any good? I mean, these ones are all level 1. They're all coming up in white text, of course. They remove light blue. I said this at the start of the stream. So it now goes from green to blue. I believe they've adjusted the level range between blue and even. So that happened as well. We'll see what that's like when we get outside of here. Yeah, apparently purple... I feel like purple should be before red. Purple's an odd color to use as a con system, so you would think that would be like the suicide con level. But yeah, apparently there's purple before red. I think they called it the Nightmare Con. I think. It's interesting to me because I'm not sure what that means for how they've bracketed or tiered the levels of the mobs. So I guess the colors now are green, blue, white, yellow, orange, purple, red. Is that right? I think that's right. Unless there's still 2 different colors of orange. There was a light orange and a dark orange. I didn't see orange referenced in the patch notes, so they might have left that in. Stop missing. Should have sat down. I should have sat down. Oh, that was close. 1 hit point. 1 hit point to make him run. If I'd have missed or he'd have parried, I'd have been dead the next turn. That's purple right there. That's the purple club from EQ. That's like the unconscious. That's what that was, 1 hit point. Hey Cyclops. Not gonna lie, kinda respect them doing their own thing, even if they knew people were going to complain. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm going to complain. I still want Bash fixed. I legitimately, not to complain, but justifiably, I still think what they've done to Bash is butchering. I think it's horrendous to put a 25% for a battle point and then put improvements in the mastery tree. I feel like that was lazy, and I stand by it. It wasn't creative. How are you? What's going on? How's your Wednesday? Why can't I hit that rat? Lag. Double dodge? Come on. Hey, Papa Heels, what's going on, man? Warrior number 13. Doing it again. Mocking Blow seems to work this time, so that's good. Hopefully, we get the level increase next week. Level 2. Wait a minute. This is interesting. I just dinged level 2. This whole area conned level 1. Now it cons level 2. Text came up in white, not blue. Oh, it rhymed. Oh, This is interesting. This is new. These aren't all level 2. That's not how this area works. Yeah, see? They con even. The mobs don't scale to you. At least my understanding is the mobs don't scale to you. They can't all be even. That doesn't make sense. They've done something... Okay. They've done something with tiering the creatures. Creatures are tiered, interestingly. So on Monday, you level the dialogue from 1 to 10 and 3. Yeah, that's... Everybody has been doing it for 3 hours. Papa Healed. It seems like 3 hours was the thing. Well, I know it took 3 more kills to get to level 2. Last week when we were leveling, I think it took 6 kills, I think, to level. This time it took 8, I believe, or 9, I want to say. I was counting, but then started talking to you guys, so I might be off by 1, but... We've just killed 2 here. No, we just killed 1 since leveling. This will be number 2. So we're currently sitting at around 14%. And now we're at about 23. It's 9%. That can't be right. 9% at level 2? Oh, I guess that would put 11 kills to level. Yeah, okay. You're gonna lay a beat down for those dude, I rhyme in you guys might not care, but every time I say something and it ends up going into some kind of rhyme scheme, it bugs the crap out of me, and I don't know why. We have adjusted the way consider colors map to enemy levels to better represent actual difficulty. Enemies that are slightly below your level will now remain white, while the old light blue has been removed. Oh, gotcha. I don't want to fight bats. Quite a bad. My car decided to reward me for having a pretty chill last couple of weeks in life by starting to oil leak is a problem. It's very tiny drips and it's sporadic. So whatever it is, I'm assuming either there's some kind of plug or something that's not on right. And I know pretty much nothing about cars. I can build and tear down a computer. As far as a car goes, forget it. But I have it in the driveway now. The shop is closed. I have to call them first thing in the morning to see if they'll take it. Everything was going good, man. Everything was good. I was relaxed. I was chill. I didn't have anything going on. And then my car said, nope. About time you woke up, fool. Welcome to 2026. And now I have to worry about that. I don't know if it's the pump. I don't know if it's the oil tank. It's like the what do you call it? The thing that it sits in, container. I have no idea. But I have a cooking pan under the car right now, at least for the night. I'm expecting to have probably 4 or 5 tablespoons of oil. Like I said, it's not a lot, but it started a couple days ago. I thought it was water. I did a bunch of research. It kept telling me that it has been known in warm weather for vehicles to sweat air conditioning, or to sweat water through the air conditioning system, but I haven't had my AC unit on, so it wasn't that. But then the internet told me, or when I say internet, I mean actual mechanic places or what have you. They said that your car can leak water whether you have it turned on or whether you use the AC or not. And I thought, oh, well, that must be what it is. It said to go out and test it because I've got spotting in my driveway. So it said to go out and test it. You want to smell for smell, obviously. If it's oil, it's going to smell like oil. If it's water, there's no smell. I went out there 2 days ago and I didn't smell anything. Put my finger down, pressed really hard into the pavement or whatever just to get whatever I could on my finger. I didn't smell anything. And I'm like, okay, maybe it's just water. So then, of course, it decides to rain over the last 2 days. So I thought nothing of it, because it didn't look any different. But then yesterday, I had the car parked in a spot, and I went to Tim Hortons to get my coffee. And when I came back, I noticed there was a tiny spot where I thought I had parked the car. And I parked the car in a different spot than where I was the day before, just to see if it would keep leaking the way it is. And sure enough. And then dude. Cyclops man, you just spoke a language I don't understand. I mean, I guess I could probably go out tomorrow, get on YouTube, and bring up some videos, I guess, to see. I don't drive the car a lot. I really only drive it to work and back, and then that's about it, really. I don't take long trips. But I mean, last year I just replaced part of the under. The year before that, I replaced the other part of this. Like, my exhaust system is pretty much brand new. The car is, I want to say, 13 years old. But it's never had a problem, other than the exhaust system needing to be replaced. It's never had an issue. Never. Not once, not for anything at all. And now all of a sudden I have, you know, this sparingly oil leak coming from somewheres. You know what? Maybe I'll do that first thing tomorrow. I'll go out in the morning and look up the oil plug. Now, I did have my oil changed about a month ago, but I thought I would, if there was any kind of issue, I thought I would have seen it before this week. Because it legitimately has been a month. It's been like 4 weeks. So, I can't see it being 4 weeks, and then all of a sudden it starts 3 days ago, or 4 days ago. It's a nuisance regardless, because I have to take it in, and even if it turns out to be nothing, they're going to end up charging you for the 1 hour labor anyhow, just to have it in there. It wouldn't be going, unfortunately, Stroby, I thought about that, but it wouldn't be going to the same place. It would be a different location. I was in a different area when I got it done. Yeah, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but it's a nuisance because it's not water. If it's not water, it's a problem. And yes, somebody can say, yeah, but you said the car is 13 years old. Yeah, I get it, but if you sat in my car, it would seem like I just took it off the lot. I don't eat in it, I don't drink in it, I clean it twice a year. The sun has had its effect on the inside of the car, so it looks a little worn. But outside of that, it's in great condition. I don't go over bumps, I haven't been in an accident, nothing. But it just started out of the blue. Which is why it makes me think something must be either loose or, you know, not sealed. I can't see it being some kind of crack or a hole or... I just can't see it being that. But who knows? I won't know until I get it in. Do we? Okay, we'll get level 3 and then I think we'll go outside. Okay, so now they've become dark blue. So we're currently sitting at 6% XP. Let's see what this dark blue gives us. Hey RMS, what's happening? How you doing? How's your Wednesday? We are now at 12. So we went from 6 to 12, so 6%. The dark blue at this level seems to be 6%. So that means this bat should take us 18. Yep, we're at 18. It's about 6%. So this one should be 24. Hey, Powerful. How do you feel about the updates, and what do you think the next update will be? So if everything goes well with this update from today, we'll see the level increase next week. So we'll be going to level 20 next week if everything is good with this update. That's my feeling. I think I'm right, but that's my feeling. Do the new cons feel any different? I don't know if you'd say different, Acer. It was a little misleading at first because I read through the patch notes, but I guess I didn't read word for word to retain it, because level 1 and level 2, the mobs conned even. So normally when you would kill level 1 even, level 2 would be dark blue, and then level 4, I believe, would be light blue, because 2 and 3 would be dark blue. Now because light blue is gone, the introductory level 1 and 2 are even con to get you started. Then it goes into the new color system. Now, we more than likely won't see purple right now, but once the level increase happens, maybe so. So we're at 24 right now, roughly, 24, 25, so we should be 31. You guys will probably see it. Oh, it's already at the bottom of the screen, so you guys should see it jump to 31. There you go. Yeah, so it's about 6%. I'm gonna keep conning everything just to see, but this bat is dark blue also. The starting weapon still had 5 damage on it, so I'm guessing... I'm not sure if they're going to change that or not, but they're going to have to change the itemization out in the world, because if I kill a mob and find a dagger with 2 damage, or find a rusty sword with 3 damage... I understand the club will have 6, I get it, but there are other weapon types in the game. Alright, this guy's dark blue as well. I said I was going to go outside at 3, but I think I'll go outside at 4. First to engage is still on. That isn't your salute. Somebody tagged my mob? Dude, that was rude. Whoever that was rude. I was wondering why the name was Gray. I was like, that's weird. FTE goes Gray, but nope, it's because it was somebody else. That's the first person I see, so I'm blaming them. Plus, they've got a messed up name. I can't see that as a name they would have reserved. Hey, Absolute. How does conning work in this? Is it always relative to you, or like FF11 where you're expected to be in a party of 6? Yeah, so the color scheme right now, to my understanding, is green, blue, white, yellow, light orange, dark orange, purple, and red. Now, I think the 2 oranges, I think, have been merged. I think it's only 1 orange. With that said, the color scheme is typically designed based on number of people. So, your dark blue would typically be solo to 2 people. Your even con would be like 2 to 3. Your yellow would be 3 to 4. Your orange would be 4 to 5. Your purple would be 5 to 6. Your red would be 6 or possibly more, and very tough. That's my understanding of the color scheme. Now, some classes will perform better than others. Warriors will be absolutely garbage at fighting yellow cons, but Dire Lords and Paladins may excel at it because the Paladin has their heal and the Dire Lord has their tap. The Warrior doesn't have any of that stuff. The Warrior just runs in and starts swinging. So, that's perfectly fine. That's the way it's supposed to work. I play a Warrior because I want that group dependency. I put groups together. I run groups. It might not look that way over the past month on PTR because I'm doing what they asked. They asked for us to test solo and small group content, and I chose solo because of the Warrior. The Warrior's always been the quote-unquote ugly stepchild, whatever you want to call it, and it's definitely been a work in progress, but I like to think I'm pretty good with the Warrior. I'm not a fan of a couple of things they've done so far. So some of these fights, we may get out there, and I may try to pull a yellow mob once we get out into Thronefast, outside, like just outside of Valia, where the forest animals are or whatnot, get out of this cave area. The problem with this cave area as a warrior soloing, there's a lot of little corners where you could get aggroed by a spider, a wolf, or a skeleton, or a goblin, and you got nowheres to go. And if you're testing solo content, you don't have any heals, you don't have any buffs, you have nothing. So I don't want to get myself stuck in a situation like that here. I'd rather do it outside. Outside, you have room to move around. So, but the conning system is based off of, you could think of it as number of people, is what it's supposed to be. Now, here's the other thing. They didn't say anything in the patch notes about this, but a lot of the creatures in the game, humanoid and otherwise, do not have their ability loadouts. So a lot of mobs aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. So once they put the abilities, once they slap the abilities on the creatures in the game, it could be a different experience altogether. Mobs may have ways to handle the Dire Lord life tap, the Paladin heal, the Druid damage shield. So we're still waiting for that to happen. The mobs still need those templates. They did supposedly fix the blocking, so that should help the tanks. Shield block, the skill shield block, they fixed. Shield block wasn't doing what it was supposed to. We'll get shield block, I think, around level 6. I think it's still 6. But again, the big issue this time around is still going to be the battle points versus the skills we have by the time we get to 10. So all the burners, plus all the generators, see if we're still screwed with the generators. Because one thing you don't want to do, you don't want to have a tank that has to pause and wait to do something. That's ridiculous. That's not how you extend a fight. That's how you cause a wipe. So, for example, if we're fighting and I hit my builder or my generator and it misses, and then I need to put my banner down or I need to hit my shield block because there's a harm touch coming in or some significant ability, and I can't do it, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll wait and I won't do this, and I'll have to wait the extra 6 to 12 seconds for this. And then that's a whole area where you really can't do much of anything with your battle points because you're waiting for that one specific moment. As exciting as it may sound, believe me, as someone who's tanked for decades, it's not. It's not exciting. It gets to become a nuisance. So. Hey, Mr. Deg, what's happening? How you doing? How's your Wednesday? I need to find a way to start early more often. It's much more social. Where are we going on? Level 4, right? What are we at? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 64. Or 64 roughly. We're going to do this next fight with no abilities and just auto attack. But we're not going to do it on a bat. Because that's just silly. Okay, so that rat cons dark blue. Alright, dark blue, just auto attack, no abilities. Let's see what happens. If we die, we die. I'm not worried about it. Hey, Talent. Yes, this is the PTR. Now, if he starts running, we'll have to give chase, but I'm not going to use any ability. Now, the mobs don't seem... I'm pretty sure with us, if we're low on health, like 20%, we slow down. And then if we get to like 10%, we slow down even more. Isn't that right? Don't we throttle twice on the retreat? These mobs aren't throttling. Have they officially announced or hinted at a wipe date for live? No, they have not. I can tell you this, Talent, we're at least a year out, if not 2. It will not be this year, I promise you. So you have at least a year. Alright, now we're going to do a bat, same thing. Auto attack, no abilities. On dark blue. That's the spring update, Talent. That's just an update. The spring update was recategorized as the combat and progression update. It's been ongoing at least for the past month. The last 4 updates, the last 4 patches have all been in regards to the battle and progression updates. They're trying to find the perfect mix of numbers to warrant staggering it through 11 to 20, 21 to 30, 31 to 40, 41 to 50. That's why we've been on 1 to 10 for the last month. Now, they think they may have gotten what they need in the right situation. So after this week, the patch next week could be the increase, I'm guessing, to level 20. In which case, then we'll start leveling 11 to 20. My problem with that is, and this is where time starts to be a big sink, so I'm almost wondering if they don't just open it up to 30 on the next week, and here's why. Yes, it might only take a few hours to get from level 1 to 10. I promise you it's going to take longer to get from 11 to 20. But are you going to have people over a 4-week period, let's say roughly minimum, re-rolling characters to go from 1 to 20? Some people will do it, a lot of people will not. So I don't know how they're going to handle that. Going from 1 to 10 is nothing, because everybody that's been on the server for the past month knows that it takes about 3 hours, 3.5 hours, and you're good, you're there. When it goes to 20, you'll have to deal with probably 200 people going to Halnir's cave. If you think Halnir's isn't going to be crowded, you got another thing coming to you. You're going to have people fighting over mobs, it's going to be hilarious. I'm hoping that because the game is kind of based, in my mind or my experience, off of seasons before early access, I'm hoping the Ravagers totally wreck face. I'm really hoping if people aren't paying attention, a Ravager just absolutely destroys a group. That's what I'm hoping for. That's the way it used to be. One of these days, we'll go back in time and I'll bring up some of the older videos and I'll show you guys what I mean. I'm pretty sure I have 3 specific combat encounters in Halnir's that are just hilarious. Because it's people thinking they know their stuff, and the game says, no you don't. It's so good. It's so good. I'm thinking of one fight in particular, man. My stomach hurt for hours. Oh, I used an ability. Shoot, I didn't mean to. Oh no, wait, we killed the last spider, right? Yeah, no problem. But for the time being, for Talent, who had asked about this, I believe they're going to be doing weekly patches every Wednesday for the foreseeable future. Now, the next big update, as far as we know right now, is called the Content Update, or the Summer Update. And I'm guessing that's going to happen, if I had to guess, somewhere between August and September, as long as everything stays on track with what they're doing. And that's going to be new zones. So that's going to be a whole different thing, because are they going to introduce a starting city now? Are people going to have to roll characters on a different part of the continent in order to experience that, like Sohirith did with Wild's End? So there's some stuff coming through this year, for sure. But as far as I know right now, it's going to be patches every week, and the spring update is this ongoing update, the combat and progression update. Man, are we gonna have any money for spells? We better have money for spells when I go back here and try and get up to my level 4 spells. We need one more kill. Apparently I can't read the XP bar properly. Did they say they're going to 20 next week? No, but there was a thread on the official Discord where they talked about getting everything finalized for the combat progressing. Once that happens, the next step is to open up the levels. I'm not saying they're going to, but it seems really good that we're going to get the level increase next week. But I could be wrong. I don't think I am, but I could be. Alright, now, let's see if they changed. Strike an enemy, bypassing 10. Nope, that's the same. Taunt, nope, that's the same. That's the same, okay. Okay. Let's go sell, pick up whatever scrolls we can, and then get out of here. Right after we kill the skeleton. Oh, wait a minute. These are on a shared timer. Interesting. Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Okay, chat. I want you all to pause for a second. Whether you play tank or not, I'm gonna run a scenario by you and I want your honest opinion, okay? If you are a warrior and you are not the tank in a group, when you're attacking, where do you think you would be typically? If you are not the tank. Okay, absolute, hold that thought. Now, do you think that if you're behind a mob, you should be building threat to take aggro? So you would want to be behind a mob in a group with the tank so that you could pull aggro from the tank? Remember, there's a defensive warrior and an offensive warrior. Right. Exactly. You don't want to steal aggro from the tank. Now. These two abilities, okay? Let's go over the wording, right? Everybody, now, maybe I'm crazy, you guys can tell me, but... So, Mocking Blow. Strike an enemy with a clever attack, dealing 9 to 10 physical damage. This attack generates bonus threat. Low damage, threat. Who would use that? The tank or the offensive warrior? Right. Now. This is blowing my mind because I don't know who thought of this. We're gonna go over Commanding Strike. Commanding Strike. Think of the name. Strike an enemy with a sturdy blow, dealing 12 to 13 physical damage and bypassing 10% of their armor class when positioned in front of your target. Who should use that ability? The tank or the DPS warrior? The answer is tank. Why are they both on the same cooldown? If anything, assaults your foe with a powerful strike, dealing 22 to 23 damage and generates a battle point. That's a large damage attack with no threat listed other than the damage that it does itself. Wouldn't you put that against Mocking Blow or even Commanding Strike so that you either use one if you're defense and one if you're offense, as opposed to the defensive tank being handicapped every time that skill comes up? That seems weird to me. That seems weird to me. Those two skills being on the same cooldown, that's weird. That's weird. Am I wrong? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Wipe when? What do you mean? We just had a wipe on the PTR server. So we're starting over again this week. Are you talking about when is launch? You're looking at about 1.5 to 2 years. Oh, you've still got a while. That's a year down the road minimum. Closer to 2 probably by the time they get everything in game. But yeah, Chad, this doesn't make sense to me. They're both tank-based abilities, and yet you have to choose? I have issues, man. That's weird. I feel like that's so charged taunt, then mocking blow, then hit heavy. Then by the time that goes off, that'll be close to going off. Yeah, I guess we'll try it like that. I'm not a fan. Did I buy those other skills? I didn't. So now everybody's playing PTR pretty much. I wouldn't say everybody. The PTR is heavy population this evening, but that's going to change in a couple of days. The population will start to gradually fall off once everybody gets their tunes to 10. When that happens, Stormona will pick up in population because players will stop playing here and they'll go over there. But probably for today and tomorrow, you'll probably see low to moderate population on Stormona. And there are some people that aren't playing on Stormona at all and only playing the PTR. And there are some people that are only playing Stormona and not the PTR. So, but as is to be expected, the longer the development goes on, the more burned out and tired people can get, so they end up going to play other stuff. And there's a bunch of cool games that are out there right now. So they're free to, I mean, we've been playing Diablo 4 the past 3 or 4 days, 4 or 5 days. So wait a minute. Commanding Strike 2 already at level 5? Commanding Strike 1 at level 2 and Commanding Strike 2 at level 5. That's too close together. That's only 3 levels. That's like an hour of gameplay. I don't like how close those are together. If that's level 2, Or if that's level 1, level 2 should... If that's tier 1 at level 2, this should be tier 2 at like level 8. Or even level 10. Like 8 levels. What was EQ? EQ was like 8 levels, wasn't it? Or 9 levels? Sometimes even higher? It was never 3 levels. I don't know what's going on here. Mocking Blow 2 is level 5. Mocking Blow 1 is level 1. I don't like that either. These skills are too close to each other. And I say that because level 1 and level 5, that's 4 levels difference. If that's the case, where's Mocking Blow 3 by level 10? Oh, it's not here? Wait, so levels 1 and 5 are going to carry you straight through to 50? Or level 1 to 5 and then you don't get the next one till 20? That seems weird. I don't know what they've done here. But these two skills are too close together in tier. It shouldn't be 3 to 4 levels difference. Mocking Blow 1 and Mocking Blow 2. So that's 1 and 5 as well. I don't understand. That's too close together. You should get all the 1s before you get all the 2s. Like Rupture 1. I know they probably wanted it 6 because they want you to get the first 5 levels and then feel pretty cool when you get the new ability. I get it. But you shouldn't have tier 2 of a skill 3 levels. No, that's weird. Shield block has now moved to level 10. Holy smokes, so much for the goblins. I don't like how this is laid out. I don't like how that's laid out. I don't like this 3-4 levels difference. I don't. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna write that down. I don't know if anybody will listen to me, but I'll voice it anyways because that's not right. It's not even weird. It just shouldn't be. Okay, so Commanding Strike 2. So we need to pick that up. We got Storms. 1. We have 2 silver. 6. That should be good for now. We're not going to get level 8 here. Future not for a minute. Did they change Ranger and PTR? Is it better? I don't know about... well, so the Ranger had a problem last week when it came into PTR. The starting abilities weren't set up properly. They are set up properly as of today. So I can't answer that honestly, Clown, at the moment. If you give me till tomorrow or possibly Friday to speak to some people playing Rangers, I can give you a better opinion. But unfortunately, I can't give you an honest opinion on the Ranger right now because people are experiencing it for the first time today. Also keep in mind, all these classes are getting ironed out right now for levels 1 to 10, nothing more. So as far as a Ranger at level 20, a Dire at level 30, we have no idea what they're going for because we haven't seen it yet on the PTR. All these people standing around and the name's right there. Look, there's like 13 people here. Everybody's waiting for the name. Go ahead and pull. Not working as intended. Did working as intended get some bad flack or bad press? Why do they have not working as intended? They must have got some bad press. No worries, Clown, no worries. I just don't want to blow smoke, right? I don't want to give you misinformation. I try to keep any information I give to stuff that I know 100%. And if I don't, I find out. It's all a cartoon compared to what it was. Okay, this guy needs. You need to relax. You need to relax, man. Stop playing the game. Really, like log out. I hope you see this. Log out. You shouldn't be playing this game if that's your opinion. Holy smokes. Wait, what level am I? 4. Where am I going? Not even thinking. I'm supposed to be going back to Avelia. I never played Ranger on the regular server, but 1 to 10 on PTR was fun. Hey, there you go. There you go. Haley's got some information there for you, clown. They enjoyed the Ranger on PTR. Did you ever notice that certain classes' spells cost more than others? Spells on the PTR server are level-based for right now. So if you're level 2, it's 2 copper. If it's a level 5 ability, it's 5 copper. So they're the same price for whatever the level skill is for everybody. On the regular server, yes. There was a reason for that, because they factored in people being able to solo and being able to get loot faster and make money more. Like, for example, the casters. Wizards, shamans, they had a ridiculous number of spells, and a lot of the cool stuff was the higher level, but they could also go out there and get a lot of the gear themselves. Necros were the same way, so because of that they put a bunch of spells with the higher price tag, so you'd have to work harder to get it, and what it did, it gave them enough room to move and work within that class before you even got close. But the thing is, some guilds out there fed players all their money, and they were able to get their money quicker and buy the spell sooner. They have to try and find a happy medium. They don't want you being all glass cannon right away. If you have 6 levels at level 5, they expect you to go get 2 of them, go out and get the money for 2 more, and then go out and get the money for 2 more. They don't want you to come back and buy all 6 at the same time. But for testing purposes on the PTR, they took all the leveled abilities and put them to their equal copper cost. Mages can usually get away with using gear for longer as well. Yes, exactly. That's another reason. So the only reason for the high spells, the high price anything spell, even weapons now. If I go to a weapon merchant right now, if I go to the weapon master over here to go to buy a 2-handed weapon, I'm paying 34 silver for what's rated a level 1 weapon or a level 5 weapon. 34 silver. We're level 4 right now, and I want you to see how much silver we have. 2. So we need 34. We'll be level 15 or 20 before we get 34 silver. So that's off as well. All the gear that's sold is too expensive also. And that's because it's not a priority for them right now. They want to get the classes settled so they know how to move. Once they move forward with the classes 1 to 10, and they can safely go in 11 to 20, 21 to 30, then they'll probably get around to looking at the itemization and so on and so forth. The economy and prices. But no matter how it turns out, someone's going to ruin something. The economy's going to get ruined. It's just going to happen. Okay, now this rat is green. Oh, actually, what game time is it? 4 p.m. I would like that forager. Thank you, sir. You are dark blue. That's on an 8-second cooldown? I thought it was a 4-second cooldown. That's even worse. See, we didn't have Mocking Blow last week, so I didn't know they tied it into the same cooldown. That's insane. I mean, you may as well just take Commanding Strike off your hotbar and not use it. Because all you're going to use when you're tanking is Mocking Blow. Every time it comes up, it's going to be Mocking Blow. I don't know why they thought that. Oh, everything out here is green. Come here. Wow. I couldn't target that forager for like 6 seconds. Okay, so if you use Main Strike rank 2 before MP rank 2, they don't share a cooldown, but if you use MP before, they share a cooldown. Wow. Yeah, that's so weird. Locking blows the claws. My ex-wife insisted adding her divorce papers, right? It's when she wanted to belittle you. Alright, we gotta check on one more. Okay, this guy's not up. We have number 5, who's on the other side. Chances are somebody's already over here. Be right here. Oh, there's Papa Hill. Forager right there. Don't hate me, Papa Hill. I don't know if you were looking for him. Never mind, we're just gonna keep missing him. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, come on. I just missed like 6 times in 3 rounds. How's that even possible? Names are reserved permanently. So no matter what servers come out for Pantheon, I will always have Krushnek. They could release 6 servers tomorrow. I'm the only person that can roll Krushnek on all 6 servers. So it's like a universal reservation. Whatever name you reserve is yours, period. Oh, guild names. Oh, good question. Not that I know of. Someone got in trouble earlier for guild sniping on the PTR. I didn't know guild names were reserved. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to say I don't know about that one. I just know about your player name. Once you've reserved your player name, that's yours. No matter what server you roll on, that's yours. What's a brown ratcon? Dark blue. Wait a minute. Okay, I found a problem, chat. I found a problem. The skill's bugged. This global cooldown that I was just whining about for the last 5 minutes, this one's bugged. You don't use your abilities until the timer comes up, right? I want you guys to watch. Let me go fight this beetle. Yeah, dark blue. Now you by yourself? By yourself, okay. There's Mocking Blow. There's Assault. Commanding Strike is on cooldown. That's Commanding Strike right there. Oh, the Slog Beetle. Oh, I'm a dummy. Why would I pull close to that? So the timer on the ability is bugged. They've got it on the same visible cooldown, but it's not. So forget everything I complained about 5 minutes ago. See? See? This is what testing is for. Tell me somebody else who noticed this. Nobody. Not a single... Nobody. Nobody else knows but me. That's got to be reported. We're gonna die, chat. Nope, we're out of combat. Fantastic. Now, let me do it again. This Forager's dark blue. Mocking Blow is on cooldown, so is Commanding Strike. No, it isn't. I just used it. That's what it is. The timer's bugged. So it works perfectly fine, chat. Now, I just used Mocking Blow. Commanding Strike. Mocking Blow's on cooldown. Nope. Just used it. I don't know how that's even possible. I don't know how they programmed it that way. I'm telling you, chat, trust the Krushnek. That's all I'm saying. Trust the Krushnek. We'll get this figured out. Okay, wait a minute. Both the tooltips say 8-second cooldown. What is going on here? So is that 2 bugs? The tooltip needs to be updated and the timer needs to be updated? Or am I just special and I can use my skills whenever? Could be. Prove me wrong. Hey, sir. The name reserve kicks in live for spring, does it not? As far as I know, the name reserve is on, like, right now. Ever since the launch of the PTR, because it's every server. PTR started it. So now the PTR, that's why they sent out those requests to have people pick their names before the server went up. So my understanding is from this server forward, whatever 3 names you reserve, they're yours, period. Till the end of time. Now, that's a shambling skeleton. That's even con. Log is 2 separate? I think so, absolute. I think so. Okay, let's try this even con now and see how this goes. Mocking Blow. Assault. Commanding Strike's on cooldown. No, it's not. Just used it. Now, Mocking Blow. Still on cooldown. For some reason, Commanding Strike came up before Mocking Blow. This is weird. Yeah, these skills got to get looked at. They're not functioning properly. We're gonna die. I'm not running, chat. I'm not running. I'm not running. How dare you make me miss? Shenanigans. He hit me. We had like 2 hit points left, and for some reason I automatically went to 0. Like he double attacked. Dude. Commanding strike, put mocking blow, and cooldown? If you see player dubbed no S, that is not me. I'm Dubs with the S and have been for 2.5 years. Oh, gotcha. That's good to know. I've only ever known you as Rock Dove. I think the only time I saw you as Dubs was that one time a couple weeks ago. And that's it. I didn't even know you had Doves. I always thought Rock Dove was your main. Hey, Jadden. White con is 1 to even. Yeah. I was kind of thinking the misses would do me in. It wasn't the misses. It was just a bit of a tough fight. Person was probably trying to spell Drist, probably. Are they an elf? Yeah, they're an elven ranger. Remember back in EQ, man, when everybody picked Drist as a name. Oh my god, there were so many Drists. There was D-R-I-Z-T, D-R-I-Z-Z-T, D-R-I-Z-Z-Z-T, D-R-I-Z-Z-T-T-T, D-R-I-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-T. There were so many Drists in... For those who don't know, Drist is the name of a dark elf in the Forgotten Realms, Dungeons & Dragons lore. A lot of bandwagoners went on the Drist train, and everybody named their tunes Drist. Drist was everywhere. It's probably the most used name. Where am I going? I'm going back out there again. I'm supposed to be going to Avelia. I'm running like I'm heading to Demeth. Well, since it's nighttime and Aldrich's up, I wasn't really going to worry about quests, but we'll go ahead and pick up Aldrich's quest anyways. Since he's up. We're not going to run around and pick up all the quests this time around, chat. The quests really don't do anything. They haven't been reworked to do anything. Yeah, Haley, exactly. It was Drist everywhere. There were so many Drists in EQ. Didn't matter what server you were on. Ariona V or Vi, Sarin, Bertoxilus, Nathaniel Marr, Antonia Bale, like all of them. You just pick a server and you went to it, and there were 100 people named Drist. Now, maybe it was the same person. I don't know, but there was a lot of Drists everywhere. You've seen many Lego... Yeah. Man, people just... Why can't people come up with their own names, man? Since we're over here, we'll get Roz's quest too. Just because it's up here. Died to a shambling up top, right? I let that guy have the skeleton. I knew he was going to stop and start casting. I think he stopped because he thought I was going to attack it. Okay, where did we die? It was up here, right? Yeah, it was by this rock, I think. Is the shambling there? Here we are there. Nope, that's not us. There we are. Nope, that's not us. That is the shambling, right? Oh, we're not level 5 yet. Wow, okay, we kept our body. My bad, I thought we lost the body. That hornet's green. That bat is dark blue. Let's see how we do against Sonic Vision or Sonic Screech. I just used Commanding Strike twice in 3 seconds. There's no counters. 7 seconds left. That's weird. I'm not exactly sure how they're piggybacking off each other. Yeah, the Sonic Screech, they cut it in half. It went from 8 seconds to 4 seconds. They did that last week. I told yous. You guys have heard how many times I told you. The single worst mob in this game to a melee is a bat. Not a dragon, not a wizard, nothing. A bat is the worst mob to melee. I've said it 1,000 times, so they realize. Now, do I think it should have been cut in half? No. Maybe give us 5 seconds, maybe 6 seconds. But I'll take 4 seconds. Oh, I never thought about that. With all the character wipes comes all the guilds recruiting back up again. That's got to be a bit of a headache. Yay, we have our guild, and there's a wipe. Yay, we have our guild, and there's a wipe. That beetle is even con, okay. That beetle is even con. That beetle is dark blue, but too close to the other two beetles. Need a non-social blue. What's that rabbit? Even con. Crumbling skeleton. Let's see if he's got something on him that we can use. Con's green, but that's okay. He's still good for gear. Never pass up a bipedal creature in this game, chat. Doesn't matter what level you are and what level they are. If it's got 2 feet, kill it. Or if it walks on 2 feet, kill it. In this game. In this game, if it's got 2 feet, kill it. Glitter wing is dark blue. Oh. Okay, so regardless, Mocking Blow goes on an 8-second cooldown, but for whatever reason, Commanding Strike has the chance to come back up every, what, 4 seconds? That flitter wing is even. That beetle. Dark blue. Try that beetle next. Yeah, curse wolves may pretty well be nasty again. Or nasty still. Okay, no other beetles. Nope, nope. Okay, so I think the timers are there for a reason, but you can ignore them, chat. So ignore the timers for Mocking Blow and Commanding Strike. Every time you use one, wait 3 seconds and use the other one. See, the mobs are still poor out here. What's that spider? That's evil. Rat's dark blue. I still haven't figured out how Mocking Blow and Commanding Strike are working off of each other because it's weird. I just had a thought there that it might have been based off of missing. We missed with one and the other one lit up. Weird. That was very weird. Dodge parry shield's going up pretty regularly. That's nice to see. Beetle's even. Spider's even. That bat's probably dark blue. Yeah, see, commanding strike just came up again twice in like 3 seconds. But the timer's not changing. A lot of times when a skill is modified by a successful hit on something, the timer would typically reset or speed up. It's not working with these two skills. I don't know how I'm supposed to be following these timers. Most people are going to say, oh, 7 seconds? Well, I'll just wait the 7 seconds. They might not even realize they can hit it twice within that time frame. Very misleading. If that's how it's intended. What's that initiate con? They're probably yellow, right? Even. Probably still swings faster. Zish. Oh, that beetle's got a friend right here. We're gonna forget him. That bat. Try an even con bat? No. I don't want to die too many times. Oh, well. You know what? Let's try this moonhopper. Actually, what are you on? Oh, we could try one. We haven't hit 5 yet, right? Right. Keep her body. Alright, let's see what happens. Two parries. That's not good. Missed again. Oh, dude. Oh, I think I'm being spot healed. Am I being spot healed? Oh, Ninja, is that you? Okay. Thanks, man. Dude, even con is a workout. So we're not going to try any other even cons, chat. It seems like we're not going to. It seems like they're going to one-up us towards the end of the fight. We got saved there because we had those extra heals. Now, as a paladin and dire lord, you guys are probably going to kill even cons just fine. So, and if you're playing a warrior and you're going to come to me and say that you kill even cons no problem with the same gear and setup, you better record it, put it on a website, and give me a link to check it out because I won't believe you otherwise. So, nice try. Beetle's dark blue. And no buffs. I feel like to handle confusion, they gotta get Mocking Blow and Commanding Strike to stop showing the same timer. Or fix the abilities so that they're only supposed to go off every 16 seconds, which is crazy in my head. Crazy. Or even 8 seconds. It's crazy. I think a combat round is 6, isn't it? That Beetle's dark blue. Pretty sure a combat round is 6. Oh, he's got a friend. Okay, you go over that way. I'm gonna grab your friend. Pull him this way. I have to say, so disappointed in the warrior build, it's getting worse. Didn't know it could get worse, but heard that from a few now. I mean, you didn't like the first rework? Not spring update. Like that name. For me, it's the lack of self-heals. That's the turn-off of the way. Oh, holy... that's the trolliest comment of the evening right there, because watch who responds to this. See? Took all of 5 seconds for the person to... Okay, nice job fishing. Dark blue, sure. It's going backwards. Obviously, whoever's in charge of this character needs to find another occupation. Pally has heals, DL has the life tap. They worked in some of shielding for the warrior. I'm sure they would do that better. That's what Holy and I are on the same page there. That's what I've said all along. The warrior needs to be the most mitigated creature that you can pick as a player. We don't need heals, but we need to be able to take a lot less damage than paladins and dire lords. That is not the case. By yourself, you got any friends? No. I'll get you to come down here. I see that guy there. Oh no, not lag. Not lag. Don't walk towards me. Well, that was weird. The mob didn't keep pace. What was that in response to? Warrior should do more damage than the paladin or DL to compensate. Let's keep boxing on a PTR already. Who isn't? How's this grass beetle getting the best of us? There. Okay, there's level 5. Next level should be fun. So already we have Mocking Blow. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. Okay, let me see what they're saying here. Last week there were 9 to 12 boxers. Maybe make the warrior more tanky. There you go. There you go. If war isn't the best tank by far, and same for wizard for DPS, you're doing it wrong as a game. The real question is, why aren't you boxing? It's the best. No, it's not. Yeah, warrior should have more hit points, take less damage, and do more damage for their lack of self-heals. I don't know. I mean, I don't know about the DPS part, but the mitigation, I've told you guys this. I've said this for the last year. Warrior needs to be able to take the least amount of damage out of the two, because the Paladin and Dire Lord can take more damage because they can heal it back. We can't heal it back as a warrior. How does this game feel worse every time I log in? You're getting burnout. You need to stop playing. You need to come back in 6 months' time. That's why it feels worse. That goes to all of you as well. If you log into the game and you feel it keeps getting worse and worse, you're suffering from burnout. Take a break. Back off. Trust me. I'm not trolling. I'm telling you the truth. I skipped last week, however, the week before that was Dire Lord week. Banging class if they didn't nerf it yet. Warrior is much weaker than the other two tanks. I wouldn't say much weaker. Weaker, yes. Just because we don't have a heal. All classes will probably be able to spec into damage with mastery, but already being under par by far means mastery probably won't fix it. That's my concern. My concern is no one's going to have a reason to play a warrior unless you can get power leveled up to level 30 or 40 when the warrior starts to shine due to the mastery tree. That's my fear. That's my fear exactly, because a lot of people who would normally play warrior aren't going to play warrior if they feel they have to get it to level 30 or 40 before they become the tanky warrior. That's my fear. I have a lot of patience and I'll do it, but that's not to say you'll do it, right? That's my concern. Everybody should be able to enjoy their classes. They work on it from level 1 right on up. I used Mocking Blow, and Commanding Strike went back to 8 seconds. Watch. 5, 4, 3, Mocking Blow. Back up to 8. Something's up with the timer, because I can clearly use that skill right now. No, I can't. What is going on? These two skills are going to give me an aneurysm. Because now I can use it. I gotta look at these timers. Alright, we got a minute to med. What else are they saying? Warrior needs innate damage mitigation to make up for the lack of sustain. Add more MIT. Straight AC bonus from items. Make the warrior more tanky. Warrior will be the only ones with heavy plate. Yeah, but that's not till later in the game. They will have more AC. Heavy plate's gonna be locked behind mastery. Are warriors still trash? Currently wearing rags. Want from that for mitigation. Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense because the Dire Lord and Paladin can be wearing the exact same thing, and they can still do better right now than warriors. Warriors being bad at solo is okay for me as long as they are better as a group tank. I like this Obi-Wan. I always knew he was the, the more intelligent Jedi. Oh. Hello, Wolf. What are you calling? Dark blue, okay. Although you've got a lead on me. That was a little close. What else we got going on? DL tankiness needs a nerf. It's insane. Makes Pally and Warrior look like they're wearing a summer dress to a rodeo. Yeah, that's true. For those who don't know, the Dire Lords use a mechanic in the game called Blood Debt in order to sustain aggro or to tank or to fight. Blood Debt's broken right now. It's only supposed to be generating 20% of your feasibility. Right now it's generating 80%. So it's like they're on testosterone or steroids. It needs to be fixed. I didn't see it in the patch notes, so maybe they haven't fixed it yet, but yeah, Dire Lords are running higher than Paladin and Warrior. And it's not even close. They've already gone out and confirmed that the DL are broken. Yep. 10 versus 20. I think DL is hard to balance. Is DL still getting that 80%? Someone says no. Someone says yes. As far as I know, they didn't fix it this week. Sav, I guess that's Savannah. If you're on, the difference from dark blue to green is busted? Why would dark blue to green be busted? Pally feels better with shorter cast times. Wait, Paladins have shorter cast times now? Oh, shorter cast times than the Dire Lord. I agree, green mobs are way too easy to kill. But on the bright side, at least they don't give much XP. Is this game 10 years old? No, this game is like 2 years old. Grow up. Watch a Toad fight Wizzy and watch Wizzy kill himself over nuking. Well, that's the wizard's fault for not paying attention. Finally found a skelly that donated a shield to my cleric. There you go. That's what I keep telling you guys. Anything that walks on 2 feet, kill it. In the video game. In this game. The game is X years old, where X is which birthday you want to go by. If VR themselves say DL is broke. So, for the, like, not to be a troll, I'm being genuine. Pantheon's been around since 2015, I believe, was the first Kickstarter, okay? That's 11 years, right? Okay? Let's grow up. The game changed 2 years ago. This game is 2 years old. Nonsense people will tell you it's 10 years old. 2 words, Star Citizen, which, by the way, just crossed $1 billion. So, ferme la bouche, right? You're talking stupid when you start talking about Pantheon. Oh, the game's been in development for 10 years. No, it hasn't. This game has been in development for 2 years. Smarten up. Anybody that played DL knows it's broken, but they like it being OP. I prefer my tank to be OP. That's not fun. It has to be challenge. Okay, we're done following chat. I can't be healthy. There was some solid information there. Yeah, I couldn't believe it, man. This past weekend, Star Citizen passed $1 billion in development. And that game's been around just as long as Pantheon. Can you imagine if you gave man, imagine the game we would have in Pantheon if they had $1 billion over 10 years. Imagine. We probably have 4 continents, 60 zones. Probably not, but you never know. There, I just used Commanding Strike twice in a row. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe skills have a chance to reset Commanding Strike? Maybe that's why it's called Commanding Strike, because you're commanding it to come up more often? I don't know. I've played a few free flights for Star Citizen, I just can't believe it. Hey look, Star Citizen is a perfectly fine project, right? It's amazing, it looks fantastic. I've taken some Saturday mornings and watched some streamers play Star Citizen for like an hour and a half at a time. I get it, but it still doesn't have an A to Z complete path for a player to jump in. Now, with that said, I know that, what's it called, Dust, or whatever their planet-based version of the game is supposed to be coming out before Star Citizen does. Star Citizen, the players still don't have a complete package. All that development money has come from people buying ships in-game. That's, like, it's crazy to me that a game that has never changed creative direction and has raised $1 billion is still not ready 10 years later. And I say that specifically worded this way because all the dummies out there that complain about Pantheon being in development or any other game being in development for 10 years, you're ridiculous. So I hope I just educated you, smartened you up, and you're going to stay quiet now. Keep your fingers to yourself. Nobody wants to read it. You just come out as embarrassing. That's what happens. I'm not saying it to you guys. I'm saying it to whoever watches this that is that person. Smarten up. That was a nice hit, 27. That was a nice miss. Yeah, skills are having the opportunity to reset Commanding Strike. But it doesn't say that in any description. Ooh, hot in here. Don't take off all your clothes, chat. Unless you're in the privacy of your own place, in which case, do as you will. You are even con. You are green. You apparently aren't targetable. That was weird. Why couldn't I see your name until you were in front of me? You are dark blue. Got any friends around here? No. Another good hit. The crits feel really good. That thud sounds so good in the ears. What is it? Do you guys pay attention to the sound on spells when they crit? For anybody who plays like a wizard or a summoner, or even a druid or a cleric, like is it the same kind of thud type sound? Like maybe not thud, but is it the same blast that makes you realize you got a crit? Like if you closed your eyes, would you know you critted? Another crit right there. Cleric has Sacred Shield again. All is right. And all was right with the world. The end. We currently have 16 at entrance, a few at TD, and a few en route if you'd like to do TD. Oh, on Stormona. Oh, it's Wednesday. Right. They're raiding TD. I'm like, who's at TD on this server? Nobody. Hank should at least be able to solo a single yellow. Who are these people? Yeah, right? Right? For sure. At least one. Okay, everything is starting to go from green to even. What is happening here? Oh, wait, we hit 5, didn't we? Let's go see if we can try one of those initiates. What's that fox? That fox is blue. Two misses in a row. Come on now. Shenanigans. Okay, this fox is whipping our butt. And just so you guys know, our melee stat is maxed. We're gonna die to a dark blue. Okay. Alright. I'm not running. We're gonna eat it. Unless we can get him to run. You're a mammal, run. What? How does a fox not? Okay, whatever. Whatever game. Mammals are supposed to run. I'm calling it, chat. That's ridiculous. We are not going to level. I'm going to go back up there and I'm going to fight another fox and we're going to see what happens. If it's the same result, I'm calling shenanigans. We're level 5. That mob was 4. And we had the opening shot. I was out fox, that's exactly what happened. The sly devil got me. Okay, can we get a different whistle for a different area of the world? Oh, I guess not. Aveli's just outside. Never mind. Forget I said it. I made that comment last week. I said, how's this whistle everywhere's? There's no way everywhere's around has the same whistle. But Aveli is just outside here, so I guess I'll give him a pass. But if I go over to Sohirith, I shouldn't hear that whistle. These guys have already killed the recruiter with the wheel shield. All these not workings are still out here camping these guys. They're getting their gear. I can see they've already put gear on. Like I said, chat, bipedal. If it walks on 2 feet in this video game, kill it. We just got involved in that fight. I don't remember that icon. Is that a new icon for the spell? I remember Cackle. I just don't remember the spell icon. Looked different to me. Where am I going? Dudes. Why aren't you guys stopping me? You guys see which way I'm going. You know where I just died. Tannis. Now, is that the Tannis from Borderlands, or is that the Tannis from Dragonlance? It's spelled like the Tannis from Borderlands. Let me check the Weapon Master real quick. I'm pretty sure they didn't do anything with items yet. Let me just see if it's still 34 silver. Yep, 34 silver. Getting mastery in 2028. Along with Gnome and Bard. There you go, chat. It's official. I said Bard in 2028. I'm going to show you guys another bug that's in game that you might not have noticed. My character is running on what could be considered a cobbled street, correct? Or a cobbled path. Listen to the sound. Now we're going to take a stroll onto grass. That is not the sound of running on grass. Now, that is the sound of running on grass. So for those who don't know, and this has been in the game since the beginning, when you're sprinting and you change terrains, the sound of the terrain that you were on stays no matter where you go. Clomp, 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 hold sprint. Clomp, 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 clomp. Go back to the cobblestone. Take it off sprint. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Thud, thud, thud. That's been in since the beginning. Never been fixed. I hope they fix it. I think the shift button for some reason puts your character in some kind of limbo that the game's environment doesn't hear it or can't detect the sound change. Maybe they can't fix it, I don't know. But that's been in the game since the beginning. You can test it out, you can run anywheres. Run on the cobbled path in Avelia, then hold down shift and run into the tavern or the bank and run around. The sound of you on wood floors is not there until you take your sprint off, just so you know. Remember 7 months ago, after walking on wood, everywhere you stepped after wood. Yep, this is the similar result of that. They fixed that part, but like I said, your sprint, when your character goes into the state of sprinting, the audio change isn't recognized until you stop sprinting. Is that wolf even? Aggro radius seems to be quite the distance as well. That mob is even con. Watch when he stops. Look, see, look, right there, look, right there, but this distance. That's how far away an even con mob detects. So it would be the same on that side, this side, and this side. So be very careful when you're running through the environment. Where'd we die? What was I fighting? I was running to fight the initiate. I changed my target to, was it the wolf? And the wolf. Did I run over to the side up here? There we go. Oh, it's the fox. Right, fox. Sly bugger. Alright, we're going to do it again. We're going to see if we get the same result. And if so, like I said, I'm calling shenanigans. No buffs, full health, dark blue con. Let's go. Oh. Melee skills, maxed out. Parried twice. Two crits wouldn't normally happen. Now the mob runs, with more health than it had last time. I told you, it's a mammal. It's supposed to be running. Although it could be because we were at low health. I don't think that's the case, but it could have been. That's how the fight should have gone normally. We should have been left with anywhere from 30 to 40% of our health. If we were paying attention and doing our job. If I wasn't hitting the skills every time they came up and I was just auto-attacking, I deserved to have my butt handed to me by a dark blue. But if you're doing what you're supposed to be, you should be able to handle a dark blue from full health with little to no difficulty. Uh-oh, what are they talking about chocolate bars for? Report Discord or bugs through Discord. Doesn't WoW have auto tanking? No crowd control needed. Hands out Snickers to the angries. Oh, gotcha. Both flames should be an instant cat. Okay. No, it shouldn't. Oath Flame is the pally heal, for those wondering. Oath Flame should be some kind of prayer or statement the paladin has to make in order to summon the Oath Flame, not just throw it on the ground. Let Faithful Strike be instacast. Isn't Faithful Strike the heal? Isn't that the heal hammer? Pretty sure. Reese is getting sued for the utter lack of peanut butter in their cups now. Is that a thing? Okay, let's stick to killing, shall we? Okay, Spider's dark blue. We shouldn't get the initiate. Somebody else just missed. Did you hear that? Who else is fighting? Someone's fighting behind the rock. They just charged in and missed. They just missed again. That was that whistle sound you're hearing. They wiped PTR characters already? Yes, they reworked some of the classes and they fixed some of the abilities that weren't working when you started a new class last week. So they're all fixed now. They've also removed the light blue con, so light blue doesn't exist anymore, so they had to rework how green calculates to blue and how blue calculates to even, or white. Because of that, they need everybody to test from the beginning, so this is yet another character wipe. However, I have a hunch that this should be the last one, and we should get the level increase next week. I could be wrong, But I'm feeling pretty good that we're going to get the level increase next week. You are most welcome. I'm not going to pull that initiate because he's still conning even. If we go up against them, they're going to just haste the crap out of us. Log beetle is even con. We're going to leave them alone. That rat is green. Yeah, see, we have like... Oh, that beetle's dark blue. It's our next target. Have any friends nearby? I don't see them. I hit every skill on time, perfectly, and the beetle is still keeping pace with the damage it's doing to us at dark blue. That's weird. Look, the beetle just got ahead. That's insane. That shouldn't be a thing. We hit almost every ability in sequence. We only had like 2 misses the whole fight. We should have finished with at least 30% of our health. I'm not saying it's a big deal. They could have got lucky with the rolls, but I'm saying it's not normal. If I'd have slipped up once, that beetle would have killed me. That shouldn't happen on a dark blue. That should happen on an even con or higher. Where's that fox? What level are you? Wait, this one's green. Yeah, hang on, we're gonna fight a green fox and see how it handles compared to the dark blue that killed us earlier. Three misses. Okay. Come on, game. Now, see, that went swimmingly. That's a world of difference. Oh, and we got a tail too. We'll have to hang on to that. Just in case we do the brush quest. That's night and day compared to the dark blue fox that destroyed us. Oh, you're dark blue. We need to pull you back to the rock, I think. We have the lead right now on a dark blue target. We got them to 50%. Look, it just took a chunk of our health. Put us at 50. We had the lead. We just missed there, but we've hit every other attack. Look, the beetle's gonna get us close to dead. What's going on there? Why are they playing catch-up at the 50% mark? That's twice so far this evening. They played catch-up around 50%. We would get them to 50, we'd be at about 65, and all of a sudden we'd lose 2 chunks of health and go down to 50 or less. Every time. I think I complained about this last week too. But it only happens after level 5. Leading up to 5 is straightforward. Dark blues, no problem. But once you hit level 5, for whatever reason, dark blues become questionable. Based off of misses. Settings down? Why? No. Why are these player names not rendering? 1 in the afternoon. That initiate is even, we're not going to deal with them. Spider's green. That toad is green. That howler's even. That howler's dark blue. Pull him back to get him out of path of the other wolf. Dark blue wolf. We have the lead. We have 2 misses. We're not going to have the lead in a second. Got him almost down to 50. We're still sitting at about 75. Just went down to 70. Got him to half. Just took us down to under half. Dude, it happens every time. If that had been a skeleton, we'd have probably been dead, because undead don't run. They need more mobs to spawn around level 4 up here. We found 4 mobs that were dark blue, and every other mob up here has either been green or white. I mean, maybe we just kill the greens and see if blues spawn in their place? Maybe that's the option. Okay, that initiate is dark blue. Now this initiate may kick our butt. Let's see if these guys are still silly. We had the lead. He's got us at half before we got him at half. There's no way. He just healed up and we missed and went down twice. We need to run. We need to run. Oh, we got a regen. Thank you. We would have died, chat. That initiate would have killed us. If not for the buck. Like, that's not... Oh, that's so weird. We started with the lead, we kept the lead until 60%, and then all of a sudden the health just came off us in chunks. color. Oh, our inventory's full. This next level, we'll try a few more of these initiates. We're gonna wait till this wolf gets on this side of the tree and then we'll pull it back. That way this one doesn't aggro. Two misses and a parry. And a dodge. And the mob has surpassed us in damage. Okay, I want you guys to pay attention. We had quite a lead on this wolf. And now the wolf's got us almost down to where, well, actually worse than where they are. I don't know what's going on with these dark blues up here. I wonder if the dark blues up by the crossroad are still paying. Boxes dark blue. We'll try them next. Zero to 4 in like 15 minutes. That's too fast. Or are they saying that's what it used to be? I think that's what they're saying it used to be. Alright, one young fox, dark blue, coming up. We still have the double knockdown. Don't like that animation. And the fox has surpassed us in damage. The fox has done more damage to us than we've done to him. Dark blue. We just passed the fox, almost a wolf. Now the fox is catching up. He missed. 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 The misses will get you killed, man. Nothing else, just the misses. Wonder how these fights would go if you had gear. Well, therein lies the dilemma right now, because gear is not available from anybody. There's nothing I can kill right now, dark blue, that would have a chance to drop gear. I go over to the thugs will annihilate me, because they're all level 5 and up. There's only 3 initiates up here, and they seem to rarely drop any armor at all. They typically drop coin, the quest token for the sorceress. The sorceress? I think it's the sorceress. Bandits are where it's at. Bandits and skeletons are where it's at for gear. You might be lucky enough to get a wrist item off of a forager, but for the most part, bandits and undead are what you want to kill. And I can't solo anything at the undead just outside of Valia. It's all roughly 6+, I believe. And the 5s, like the cultists or what have you, they get the upper hand as well right now. Now, if I level, maybe. If I level and get the 2 skills studied, maybe I stand a chance. But yes, the gear would help, definitely. But here's the thing. So we're level 5 right now, almost level 6, and we still only have 3 silver. And you need 34 silver minimum to go buy something, whether it's a piece of armor or a weapon. They're all 34 silver for level 5 gear, what's rated at level 5. Because they haven't looked at the itemization yet, or the economy. They haven't adjusted it. So they say, oh, go out in the world and kill stuff and you'll get upgrades. Well, no, you won't, not unless you focus on certain content. So it's not easy to get gear, but once you get the gear, you hope that it gets easier. And we will definitely try that. When I get a few pieces of bandit gear or what have you, we will go and pull stuff and see how our performance goes, like with dark blue, not so much with green, and then maybe even con. By the time we get 3 or 4 pieces of armor, we might be able to stand toe-to-toe with even con. I don't think so, but it could be possible. That howler is even. Fuck is dark blue. Double miss. Okay. Okay, another miss. Another miss. Another miss. Another miss. There's a parry. We'll count that as a miss. And the buck is caught up. Ah, dudes. Hey AK, how's the warrior combat feeling? Been at work all day, eager to hop in. Dark blues around 5 are still posing a bit of an issue. I'm not entirely sure. It seems like whenever we get the mob down to about 50%, they get us down to 50% and then they go ahead. You kind of have to rely on them not being undead and running at low health so you can finish them off. I'm not a fan of that. But it's a work in progress. I mean, we don't have any gear outside the starting weapon. Well, I shouldn't say that. We had these pants drop earlier, so we went from AC2 to AC4. I don't think 2 AC is a world of difference, but it's going. It's going. Next level should be interesting because we get Rupture and Bash. Now, I'm probably not going to use Bash because I still say Bash is the absolute worst ability across all classes. Nobody should use Bash. They're going to put Bash behind the Mastery tree, which I'm not a fan of. I feel like that's lazy filler for the skill. I also have an issue with the skills themselves. You get Mocking Blow at level 1. No. Yes, you get Mocking Blow 1 at level 1, but you get Mocking Blow 2 at level 5. So only 4 levels later you get level 2. That's not right. That needs to change. Commanding Strike, you get level 1 at 2. And no, sorry. Mocking Blow was 1 to 4. Commanding Strike was 2 to 5. So you're only going 3 levels to get the next step. Like, I don't know what they were thinking. It's not how it should work. If you got a part 1 at level 2, the part 2 should come at like level 10, level 9. It should be 7 to 8 levels difference, just like it was with EQ. EQ, most of the spells and abilities almost came in a every 10 levels type situation, plus or minus the effectiveness of the spell or what spells you got at that level. That's how it always was. But some of these skills are a bit too close for acquisition. You get Commanding Strike 2 and Mocking Blow 2 before you see one of 3 other skills. So that needs to be changed. Wholeheartedly, that needs to be changed. No question asked. That's just silly. Because with that math, that means you would see level 3 around level 9 and level 10. And you don't because they're not on immersion. Yes, don't talk to me and drive. Are you crazy? You probably shouldn't even listen to me, man. I'll start whining and going off and you'll fall asleep behind the wheel and then you might get in an accident and then I'll be the one to blame. It could happen. I hope it doesn't. Okay, we're at full health. Spider's at about 80%. Just took a chunk of damage, just took another chunk of damage, so now we're at 80%. Two misses. 2 combat rounds. Not cool. Look. Spider just caught up. Look, Spider just caught up to us with damage. Dudes. That doesn't help me. We're gonna survive this chat, but we're buffed. Oh, it just wore off. And mobs don't slow down. Oh, there we go. Excuse me, we don't retreat that fast. Rainwater's babysitting. The buck is dark blue. Let's try that. Same thing, Buck is keeping pace with us and we had the opening shot. 50% almost. 50% right now. See if they catch up. We just had a crit. Bob just got us to 50. That's more like 55. That's 50. When you've been driving trucks for 10 years, music gets old. You're more like my podcast. Continue on. Okay, man, for sure. I heard they pipe Krushnek's voice into Canadian hospital rooms to save on anesthesia. Yeah. Even Con. And Con. Even Con. Green. Ah, forget. Work. Oh, 31. That's our biggest hit yet. Mind you, it is a Green Con mob. RNG was in our favor there, I think. Oh, that toad's dark blue. Oh. Well, that initiate's walking away. Okay. Lag. Oh no. Don't get ahead of me, frog. Who misses there? One combat round. Now, see, this is how it's supposed to go when you're fighting a dark blue. If you're doing your job and hitting all your skills. Uh-oh, coffee's all done. Okay. Dark blue bat. Let's go. Let's see if Sonic Vision messes us up. We gotta watch that initiate. Let's pull this bat back over here. Chambling's gonna aggro, we gotta back up. Again, that's roughly how dark blue should work. Oh, level 6. Okay, let's get our new spells. We're gonna study. Oh God, am I gonna? If I put bash on my hotbar, I'm gonna complain. I know I'm gonna complain all night about it. We're not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. We're gonna get rupture. Okay, so charge Gambling is green. Remember what I said, chat? Walks on 2 feet, kill it. This video game. Doesn't matter that the con's blue. You never know. to see Rutgers landing here. This is our new ability. Our new breed for the warrior. Hopper's green. What if these guys are still... Okay, what do we have for XP? We are roughly 3% in. We are like 4% in. That was interesting. 1%? Was it green? Oh, it was green. That's why. Okay, so you get like no XP for killing green. That's cool. That's cool. I'm down with that. How do these young bucks go from even con to green in one level? Alright, I think we're ready for the initiates now. Need to find one. That's slog beetle, dark blue. Oh, there's one there. Oh, you're green. What? So for the time being, chat, when you're soloing as a warrior, if you don't already, you want to use Storm when the mob starts running. You're going to need to get that battle point. Never mind stopping the mob, but you need to use Storm when you need to save Storm for when the mob retreats, so you can get that battle point if you connect. Initiate started investigating. Okay, this wolf is dark blue. We have two additional abilities, one of them being a bleed that, well, one additional ability that causes a bleed, and the wolf has caught us up. Ugh. That's ridiculous. Any level increase on the last wipe? No, we're still up to level 10. I believe if this week goes well, I believe next week they'll increase the level. I could be wrong, I don't think I am, but I think next week, if everything goes well with this update, we'll get the level increase. It's not taking us very long to level, but it is taking us longer than it used to. And that's focusing more on dark blue than anything. Now, nothing up here will con even anymore. Now that we're level 6, everything will be dark blue or lower. I wouldn't pull an even con anyways. That's a Dire Lord right there. Watch the difference here. So that Dire Lord is level 7. No, the Initiate's level 7. Level is Charles. 7. So even con. So that's an even con Dire Lord. The red bar is the mob, gray bar is Charles. We'll watch this for a second. Now, they don't get dual wield till level 10, so... There's the tap. Look at the health he just got. So he just got like 15% of his health back. He just put his dot. The dot missed. That was that whistle sound. I feel like I'm a commentator. Now give him about 8 seconds and his life tap will be up again. That landed. Here comes the life tap. There it is. Goes back up again, 15%. There you go. That's an even con mob. That's a mob that would kill me and still have 70% of its health left, and that's what a even con Dire Lord did to that mob, just so you guys see the difference. Their health is still in the green. Now, he'll either sit down for a minute or he'll go right into the next pull and his life tap will be up. You guys just saw it there yourself. He doesn't even need to sit down because he knows he can life tap the next mob. Now this is dark blue to me, so that's going to be lower level for him. It's probably level 5. Now he'll probably get his health most of... Yeah, see? So he just got... He'll be probably full health before the mob is dead. This Corrupt Blood just missed. Life tap should be up right now. He's going to cast life tap. Corrupt Blood will come up. He'll probably land it. There you go, it landed. Give him 6 seconds. Life tap will be up again. Here it comes. Second. There it is. See? The Paladin is pretty similar. As long as you build your Wrath on greens. Now the Dire Lord doesn't necessarily have to build up anything on trash mobs, but the Paladin needs to use like greens to build up their Wrath. Once they get their Wrath to about 60%, they can just go non-stop without sitting down. All you gotta do is use Faithful Strike every 75% health, so when your health drops to 75, pop Faithful Strike, you go back up to like 90. Warrior has to pray they do enough damage that the mob runs away. That's why I'm not about to go to the Undead outside of Avelia, because they're at a level range where they won't run and I will die repeatedly. And before anybody suggests a group, I'm trying not to get into a group because I want to test the solo ability before people start crying and complaining non-stop about how the warrior can't do stuff. You can call your classes for sure. I've been at this a long time. I've grouped with many paladins, I've grouped with many dire lords. I've spoken to a lot of paladins, dire lords, and warriors. We're on warrior, what is this, warrior 13? I think this is warrior 13 now. Yeah, it's like a rainwater. I gotcha. I gotcha. Stay with me. I can't pick. You still had hit points. You guys saw that, right? They still had their meter. Oh, did they release? They must have released. Oh, they crashed. Nope, I can't type. They release. What happened, chat? When you initially get prone, stay prone. Don't just release. You never know who might be in the area to pick you up. Now that wasn't so bad for a dark blue. Being able to stay in the fight swinging roughly every other second. Guy's green. Let's see how we do with 75 health. Hey, Stogrum, what's going on? How you doing? Okay, we should probably move out of here. A lot of well, no, stuff is still dark blue. Shambling is green, but it's 2 feet. We gotta kill it. Man, I keep telling you guys to kill things on 2 feet in this game to get gear, but man, I feel like I'm a fibber. What do you con? Dark blue. I rented it on the NES. What are they talking about? Oh, Battletoads. Yo. One of the 3 most difficult games recorded in history. Battletoads. Battletoads, Ninja Gaiden 1, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. All for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Ninja Gaiden is. It's arguably the most difficult video. Feel free to look it up. I'll give you a couple minutes to look it up. Level 5. Level 5 is the only level in the entire game where when you die, you go all the way back to the beginning, there are no checkpoints, and it has that ass jumping. It is arguably rated the worst, the most difficult game in history. And again, I'll give you a minute to look it up. Those were the three: Ninja Gaiden, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and Battletoads. Battletoads, the bike level was almost impossible for a lot of people for a very long time. TMNT, the jump mechanic, was absolutely horrendous. On the same level as Faxanadu, if you ever played Faxanadu. And to be perfectly honest, I think Faxanadu was one of the most difficult games in the world because it had the world's worst jumping, period. If you don't know what I'm talking about, be very grateful. Now, you'll notice we've burned down to 2 battle points now. We gotta try and find a method to get them back without lacking in performance. So what we're gonna do is spread out Rupture, because I think Rupture uses a battle point? Yeah, it does. Rupture lasts 3 seconds, so it might not necessarily be the best thing to pause every other attack for it, but we're gonna try it. Now mind you, this mob is green, so it's not a problem here. But I'm pretty sure if you took that mentality into a dark blue, you're probably gonna die. Now we've got our battle plus, see? We got gear. We got gear. I'm not a fibber. Why does the glove have no graphic? That might need to be addressed. Investigating, I wasn't paying attention. Not bad, that was dark blue. Finished with about 65% of our health and 4 battle points. Actually, if I let him run a bit further, we'll just charge in. There's 5. So level 6, it steps up for the warrior right now. Although, I still think Mocking Blow and Commanding Strike need to be pushed ahead. Tier 2s anyways. They need to go another 4 levels ahead. That's ridiculous that they're 3 levels away from each other. Ridiculous. Is that a shambling or a crumbling? Shambling. Actually, I want you first. Okay, stop with the misses all of a sudden, please. Let's not have the wolf catch up again. It's insane. I feel like the game's detecting where you put the mob in its hit points and then says, oh, where are you at? No, we gotta catch up. Look, it's almost caught up. Now we're back down to 2 battle points. Now we're not worried about picking up our skills because we don't get the next ones till 8. But we should probably come out of here. I don't think there's enough dark blue for us to kill. I like Ghost Viper's dark blue. There's Rainwater. Back again. What's happening? Oh, lag. If you're missing characters, you need to log off and reload the game. That's the new Alt F4 chat. Here we go. We got, look, 3 damage. But that's okay, we're still going to use it. Because we need hammer skill. And I am not going to say it's hammer... Now, you watch and see how different the fight gets, because we're going to start swinging for a lot less. Where's the dark blue? Log beetle, you're dark blue. Watch this. Well, no, you know what? The hammer's not leveled up, so that's not fair. Let's level the hammer up. Exactly, Acer. Exactly. keep in mind, chat, the weapon skilling up, that's not the new weapon. That's not the way it's supposed to be. This is all going to get slowed down. So, just be aware. Dark blue. I got a feeling this buck's going to kill us. Just because we don't have a high enough skill, so... 2 more greens. That's a cool parry sound. Ping. Alright, let's see how we do. Dark blue. Nowhere's near skilled up. It's gonna be a lot of misses. Good start though. This is not good. Buck is almost caught up. Guys are doing the tower quest. (22 of 30). Okay. Dark blue, okay. Interesting. Excuse me. Not running, chat. Run, you. Holy smokes, you didn't run till you had 0 hit points. We had 1 hit point. 1 hit point, chat. 1. That's twice tonight. It came down to the wire. With 1 hit point. And the main reason for that is because we're using a hammer with 3 damage instead of the axe with 5 damage that we've been using for the past 6 levels. That falls into itemization. 25 of 30. Hmm, 90% health. Did we do it? Sure. Oh, Barge isn't up, or Storm isn't up. Wolf's already caught up. We had the first 3 opening attacks. What day is it? 8 a.m. We're going to change scenery just for a couple minutes. We're going to go get some foragers. Then we're going to go towards the crossroads and see if the dark blues out there are still annihilating me. Of 30. Now we're what currently? Level 6. Next skills are at level 8. There's 3 of them? I think there's 3 at 8. No, is it 3 at 8, 4 at 10? 4 at 8, 3 at 10. Might be 4 at 8. Just said I was going to change scenery. What am I doing? The buck just surpassed us on damage. Again, we had opening attack and a bleed. this buck kills us, this is the worst fight of the evening so far. And it's all because of the hammer. If we had the axe on... Health regen of 2. That's from... It's cool that the spells actually have their tooltips now. And now you can see what each thing does. That only happened on this server. I don't think you can still see it on Stormona. Also, for those who may not know, whenever you attack anything near a young deer, a mottled deer, they panic. That's why they're running around so fast. It's a little environmental thing they put in. I guess you could say immersion. Now once this wolf is dead, if there's no other combat, that deer will settle down. There, see? It just settled down. And it's returning to its path point, I believe. See? There's a few neat little things in this game that aren't in other games. Foxes will attack rats, wolves will attack foxes. See if the initiates are up over here. See, that one panicked. All right, hammer's 29 to 30. Open with the parry. Fantastic. Another parry. Another parry. The initiate has quite the lead on us. Initiate's gonna kill us. That's insane. Like, something's up with the Dark Blues, man, after 5. I still stand on my soapbox about it. This is insane. This shouldn't be a thing. And they still have 25% of their health. Like, that shouldn't be a scenario. That's the same thing it was doing last week. And that was using all of our abilities. I can understand if I just stood there without using any skills, that the fight would have turned out like that. But using all the skills like that on a dark... like, come on. And I knew that was going to happen. I said it earlier. Someone took out these people. Oh, the name took them out. I heard, man. I heard that's pretty cool. I mean, I'm guessing they're trying to find a way to tie it into Witcher 4. It makes sense. I'm pretty sure they're going to put more emphasis on Ciri because Ciri's supposed to be the main protagonist in Witcher 4. You play as Ciri. So I'm guessing this expansion is going to be Ciri focused. Oh yeah. The Witcher's one of the... The Witcher is up there with Uncharted, Mass Effect. It's like a flawless franchise. I wasn't a big fan of Gwent, as much as I love Magic the Gathering and other collectible card games. Wasn't a fan of Gwent. But outside of that, dude, we played all through The Witcher. I haven't read the books though. Thought about reading the books, and then I think at the time I thought about reading the books, I ended up playing Metro Light. Or Metro Exodus. Well, Metro Light. The Metro franchise. Metro was another phenomenal franchise, by the way. Or Metro 2033, I mean. Metro franchise, yeah. I remember playing Witcher 1 back when it first came out. So, for those who don't know, back then, you could rent video games. Now, you could rent console games, but you could also rent PC games. The problem with that is, retailers didn't realize that once you got home and entered the code into the internet, that game was pretty much that person's and nobody else's. With that said, we were up at the local electronics store, I think it was a Saturday morning, no, Wednesday morning. And it was new release day, and we were walking around. Now, out of all the friends that I had when I was around that age, I was the one that worked. I was the first one to get a job. I worked all the time. I worked 3 jobs. I absolutely loved it. But I was the one that could actually buy stuff. Now, I wouldn't say I was rich by any definition, but whenever we went out someplace, if we wanted to get food, I typically bought it. One of the pet peeves I have that I carry with me to this day is I don't like going to the store and leaving with nothing. Can't stand it. I gotta feel like I went out and did something. So we go up to the electronics store in the mall, and we're walking around. This is in the morning. And we're going around, we're looking at the Xbox games, PlayStation, Nintendo, what have you. And as I'm walking around, I notice this really cool looking black box with a silver necklace, or look like a wolf or whatever on the... And if you don't know, just look up the box art for Witcher 1. And I remember picking up the box, and there was no writing on the front, and I flipped it over on the back and I started reading. And it started talking about alchemy and using alchemy in combat, and I thought, this is interesting. What is this? I saw it was on for, I don't know, like $39.99 back when, you know, games were greatly priced. And I put it back on the shelf, and we started walking around again. We were walking around looking at all the other stuff they sold. Packs of cards, toys, like, what do they call, figurines or figures, whatever. Looked at some more video games, left and went to the food court, which was right next door. But then as we were leaving the food court, where's my body? I don't remember. What did I die to, chat? I complained about, oh, an initiate killed me. Which one? Over here, right? It was over here. Anyhow, we went to the food court, sat there for about a half hour, got our food, ate it, and then we're like, okay, time to go. And I'm like, man, I can't go. We gotta go back into the store. My best friend at the time laughed at me. He said, dude, you don't need to go back into the store. I said, yes, I do. I gotta leave with something. True story. I went back into the store. I walked around again. As I was leaving, I saw that black box again. I walked over to it and picked it up, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna give this a try. Knew nothing of it. I mean, really, nobody knew anything about Witcher 1 when it launched. Nobody. So don't sit there and say you were a nerd, you read the books, you saw it, you were excited. No, you weren't. Witcher is hardly sold to anybody. But I picked the box up off the rack on a whim, and I got home and installed it. Now, I'll be honest, it was a bit clunky, for sure. But when I got into the whole regular sword, because I was puzzled in the beginning as to why Geralt had 2 swords. And I realized, of course, the silver sword is for, you know, otherworldly creatures, and the steel sword is for humans or what have you. Nature, let's say. And I played through, and I remember getting the alchemy, and I think it was the Igni spell, which is the fire. And I remember once I got that, I was in it. I was like, this is a cool idea. And I practiced trying to do the combat, because if you played Witcher 1 when it first came out, The combat was very, very clunky. You could combo, but there was a weird pause between your attacks, and it typically got your butt kicked. Something usually hit you 2 or 3 times before you hit it the next time. Anyhow, Witcher 2 came out. When I first heard about Witcher 2, I was like, what was Witcher 2? And I'm like, oh, I played Witcher 1, didn't I? I'm like, oh, I like that game. I immediately went and got Witcher 2. Well, then Witcher 3 came out. I was done. I was done. Witcher, for me, is up there with Dead Space, Mass Effect, Metro, as 4 of like the greatest franchises ever, period. Now, will I get the Witcher 3 expansion? Probably not. I won't have time. I'm sure it's going to be 40 hours of awesomeness, but I just won't have time. But I'm happy for those who will play the Witcher 3 expansion, because you know it's going to be flawless. Whatever they do, it's going to be... I didn't loot my body yet, did I? Where did I die? I died up here. Did I die up here? I died up here to an initiate, right? I'm not far enough up. Anyhow, if you guys like really cool franchises, I highly recommend the Metro series, Metro 2033. There we are. Now I can't do anything until you walk off. I mean, realistically, if I remember correctly from the state of the internet, Witcher 1 was one of the first games that had people intrigued and excited for European Game Company. That came from Witcher 1 specifically. Yes, you had EVE Online, and yes, you had, I think Command & Conquer, I think was some European in the beginning. Maybe I'm wrong there. But I remember when The Witcher came out, everybody was like, who made this game? And we found out that it was a company in wherever they are in Europe, Belgium or something. But I remember on the internet, people were talking about Witcher 1 and CD Projekt Red. And people got more and more excited with European game companies. And then Metro came out, and Metro was European, and they just hit it out of the park. The Metro franchise was so good. I think my playthrough was on YouTube, for sure. Are we to a point where you're not aggroing us now? Weird. You're still green. Wait a minute. Why does the wolf eye me with a cold stare? Wolves are aggro. Did they change the aggro on wolves? No. Is anybody out at the crossroads on this server? Can you guys go find a second moon wolf or whatever and con it to see if it's aggro or not? Why is that wolf not aggro? Is it a level thing? Does it change after a certain level? No. I'm fairly certain wolves were aggro for the longest time. I'm fairly certain I've sat down a handful of times and had a wolf wake me up. Or stand me up. Cold stare. That initiate is prepared to attack. Oh, we got 30 of 30. Alright, back to the axe. Who misses on a goblin that's green? It is. It's based off level. Gray Howlers prepared to attack you, dark blue. I bet you the second it goes green, they go non-aggro. That's gotta be new, right? Am I just noticing that for the first time? I could see that being a thing for gray cons, not green. It's still an XP-giving entity. Is this wolf gonna beat us? No, you don't, Initiate. We'll walk somewhere else. I think some of my people may have stopped playing because they weren't expecting a character wipe today. Missed. Okay, I just missed 3 times in 5 casts. Missed again. Hello again, Rain. Anybody in chat playing a ranger right now on the server? If you are, what level are you and how are you finding it compared to last week? I did one last week. Misses again. Misses. Oh, yikes. We're probably gonna die to this one, chat. Yeah, we're gonna die to this one. Oh my goodness. I don't know how we pulled that off. It should have killed us. Only because we're an yeah. I threw my weight around there at the end. Hey, look at the lead we have on the wolf. Now let's see how the fight plays out. Okay, not so bad. Oh, we are buffed though. Excuse me. See, that wolf and that deer aggroed each other. The wolf will kill the deer and then go back to its business. Let's see how the slog beetle goes. This slog beetle has always been an undercon, so this might annihilate me. Hang on a second. Yeah, see how little damage we're doing to it? Oh, it's already got us halfway. That's crazy. It's gonna kill us. Nope, ran. Fantastic. I didn't think the slog beetle ran. Oh, no helmet. Dude, after 50 years of my wife talking smack about my nerdy games, she finally gave in and tried Pantheon, enjoying it for the most part, and she created a druid and started a paladin. Plays a most try. Well, that's good that she's enjoying it, man. I'm glad to hear it. Just make sure you temper her, right? Make sure you know, she's gonna need patience. She'll put all that work into something, and then when she comes back next Wednesday and finds out those don't exist anymore, if she's on this server, that's a whole other ball of wax. Now, if she's on Stormona, that's a different story, and I hope she enjoys her time. Make sure she gets into a good guild with some decent people. Is he pulling the initiates from over here? Initiates from over. Fox just aggroed the rat. Encourage that. That wolf just spiked us for a lot of hit points. Alright, let's go turn in, get out of here. It is 4 p.m. game time. Okay. Bob is green and we've missed him 3 times already. 4 times. Do you feel like the warrior has improved? With the bleed ability, and the bleed ability only lasting about 3 seconds, to try and work Rupture into your rotation, Warrior seems at level 6, now 7, the Warrior seems a bit more active, meaning you're doing more. You're not hitting a couple of buttons and then just waiting for cooldown. So there's that. If you notice, I'm like always swinging for some reason. That's really nice. The way a lot of the dark blues are handling me, I'm not a fan of that. Now, it seems to be mostly misses and parries, which even if your weapon skills are maxed out, well mine were until I just leveled, you still miss more often than I think you should. However, with that said, the warrior seems okay. If you notice, I'm not using the bash ability. I refuse to put it on my hotbar. I'll worry about it when the mastery window comes out. It's the worst ability in the game right now across all classes. You don't put an interrupt at a 25% success rate behind a battle point. Unless you're going to give us an extra battle point or 2, it's not worth it. Warriors are going to run out of battle points, and what's going to end up happening is they're going to not interrupt. They're going to cost it for the group because they'll speak up and say, oh, I got the next one. Then they'll fire bash off and they'll miss. And then what'll happen is, uh-oh, they're 1 battle point short. Now they can't put their banner back down. Uh-oh, the group can't benefit. Uh-oh. So, as far as I'm concerned, that's a work in progress. Now, I know what they've done with bash, and they've put bash behind the mastery window. Meaning that I'm guessing, as you go down the defensive mastery window, there'll be things like bash is now 50% successful, and then further down it might be bash is 75% successful, or something. As far as all the stuff that I've read over the past couple of days, that's where it seems they've landed. Now, for me personally, I think that's lazy. I don't think that's genius, and I'm pretty sure a lot of warriors are going to see that and go, WTF. So, as you can see, I'm not using bash. I have no intent or interest in using bash, and if I get in a group and need something interrupted, I will trust some other class to do it because I'm sure they don't have a 25% success rate. Unless you guys know they do and you can tell me what the skill is. But right now, bash is a absolute shit ability. Really not a fan. Why am I running this way? Oh, I was looking for foragers. Outside of bash, it seems fine, for now. Now, I haven't done anything as far as group testing. I haven't gone in with the ranger or DPS, and I haven't gone in with heals to have them start combat, grab aggro with a few abilities, and then see how well taunt works to pull it off. I also haven't grouped with a paladin to see how that goes as far as threat. I'm not worried about a Direlord because Direlords are just silly right now, so the Direlord's not a valid testing bench because they are so broken. But the paladin would still be something I would want to group with and see how we handle threat. And then once the Direlord's fixed, I wouldn't mind grouping with a Direlord or 2 and testing their aggro. Because what I don't want to see is, along the same side as bash, oh, you can hold aggro as a warrior, no problem. But you gotta get to level 40 and you gotta have 7 points in your mastery tree and all this other stuff. I do not want to see that. I will uninstall the game. Pretty sure I'm not going to see that, and I'm pretty sure that's a worst case scenario, but if I do see that, I'm done. I'm done. The warrior was pretty much fine before all this change stuff happened. When they changed the warrior last year, back in October, and put it more focused towards shield use, it was awesome. It was fantastic, the idea of what they were doing. And you guys that have been around here have seen me play a warrior at level 50 doing everything. and it's perfectly fine. And now they've gone a different route, and they've chopped things up for whatever reason, and this is where we are. And again, I've been at this for years, and this is my 13th warrior. No, 12th warrior. 12? We had 9 on the other server. I had 1 here in Thronefest, 1 here in Sohirith, and another one from last year. So this is 13, right? We've had 3 warriors on the server? I think. We had a warrior week 1. We went over to Wild's End week 2. We rolled again last week, and then we lost that 2 and rolled this one. Yeah, so we're at 13 warriors right now. Over 13. I can't remember. And I'll put it to you guys this way. Once I get up in level, I can log over on Stormona right now with Krushnek, and I can group with anybody except a Dialord and a Paladin, and you will not get threat. Whether you're a Ranger, whether you're a Wizard. I've been in a group with 2 Wizards on the new build with the infinite mana and all the nukes, and I held aggro for all of 3.5 hours and lost it for about 11 minutes throughout the evening, but that's just because I had skills on cooldown. Threat wasn't an issue with the warrior. The warrior just needed some tweaks with soaking damage. That's what the warrior needed because of the shield, and they don't have it on the other server. But as far as holding threat, for the 98% of the people out there that complain about the warrior not holding threat, all I can tell you is you've been playing a warrior wrong, because I have 500 videos or 400 and some odd videos over on YouTube that will tell you otherwise. And I really don't have to say anything other than that. The warrior was perfectly fine before they started hacking up whatever they hacked up for the PTR. The warrior was fantastic. It just needed to be able to soak more damage. That's it. It didn't need any new fancy skills. It just needed to absorb more damage than the Paladin or the Dialord, and that is not the case. Okay, the goblins are down, so let's get out of here. Let's go towards the crossroads. We'll go to where the large brown rats are and see how the dark blue are out there. We should probably stop by the trainer and pick up our level 8 spells just in case. But I've everything I just said, I've stood on that for the last 1.5 years. Ever since early access started, I've stood on it. You guys that have been here know. You're like, geez, the guy won't shut up about it. I get it. I understand. There are plenty of other streamers out there to watch. Maybe not for Pantheon. We still don't have anywhere near 34 silver, so I can't even buy a weapon off the vendor to try anything. Like, we're to a point right now where we have to trust that we'll go out and kill something that'll drop something that we can use. And as far as I'm concerned, we're not really, it's not really testing right now. I don't have a 2-hand slash, I don't have a 2-hand blunt, I don't have a 1-hand blunt. We have the mace now. I don't have a dagger. I don't have a whip, whatever that is. I don't have a spear. So there's no testing with weapons as far as leveling 1 to 10. It's really only testing a warrior with the axe. You know? The thing is, it's going to be very difficult to walk into Halnir's with a 5 damage axe and tank. We're still going to try and do it, but it's going to be difficult. We don't need to pick spell or quests, right? There's nothing at fort. Okay, let's go. Oh, let's go to the warrior trainer. Well, so shield block for the warrior now is a charged ability. Shield block, you have to charge it up. The more battle points you have, the longer you can charge it. Problem is, once you run out of battle points, you can't get them back fast enough to do anything else. Like, I don't get it. Okay, so we get Assault 2. Well, Strike of Breaking. Okay. Have all 3? We do. Alright, let's go out here. Just curious how all of the power progression is going to tie in with mastery. Like, it's going to be way stronger. I think so, right? I would think so too. But now, the thing is, so then the question comes in, how do you balance it so that the warrior's mitigation equals the effectiveness of the paladin's heals and the dire lord's taps? That's where the question comes in, because dire lords should be able to DPS and tap relatively well. Paladins should be able to heal relatively well. Warriors should be able to take 4,000 punches to the face, since they've been specifically redesigned to use a shield. I don't care what any of you dire lords or paladins say. When a class is redesigned specifically for a shield, that's your defensive class. This isn't Sparta. So the warrior needs to be at level 20, at level 25, at level 30, at level 35. The warrior needs to be the most mitigated class out of the paladin and the dire lord. Has to be. Doesn't need heals. Doesn't need 40 taunts. It needs to soak the most damage, reliably and through the entire fight. Not just because you got 4 extra battle points and you want to burn shield block for 3 of them. That's not what I mean. And that's not good enough if that's what they're aiming for. Level 7 wolf right out here? Level 6 wolf. Interesting. And if they're going off of their internal testers, well, I have issues with those internal testers. Saving all my criticisms for when I see everything working together. I've been asked quite a bit over the last month, specifically, about a lot of information about the game and the warrior, and I really can't say anything until we see the mastery stuff. I need to be able to get in there, start putting points in, and see what that stuff does. I have some opinions based off of the facts that I have now, based off of my play stuff, but I'm not going to speak about it because I don't have all the pieces. I need the mastery system. So, I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't want to speak now, and then 3 weeks from now, when we get the mastery system, find out that I put both my feet in my mouth. These are dark blue, by the way. We're on our way out towards the crossroads. I want to see if the mobs have scaled differently, or if they're still overtuned. And what I mean is, never being able to kill a dark blue over there. Well, look, this dark blue is gonna kill me. This is insane. All the misses. This is what I'm talking about. We're gonna rest up, come back out here and aggro that again, and we're gonna see what happens, and I bet you it's the same result. Gotta be careful, we're gonna lose our level. See, here's the thing, chat. There's green and there's blue, right? We no longer have light blue. Now, green gives you next to no XP at all. Go kill a green mob and watch your bar. It hardly moves. So, the next available mob that any class in this game should be able to solo is blue, right? Saying. Because I'll tell you now, if they're expecting, and you're expecting, for soloers to level up on green mobs, you need to get your head checked. And I'm not a soloer. I don't like it at all. But I'm doing it because it's what they asked for. But nobody's gonna solo on green mobs for no XP. Are you kidding me? Like, how dumb do you think people are? So then we get back to the discussion, is soloing viable? According to this fight, no. But we'll go out here and pull that... We'll pull the beetle at some point, but I'm going to get a bit of a buffer. I don't want to lose my level on the next kill, because then it makes it even harder and I have to come out of that area. I don't want to do that. Right now I have 0.5 XP in the bar. It's barely showing. I know you guys can't see it, but it's barely showing. Oh, somebody else is killing it. We'll have to wait for the next one. And no, the beetle drones aren't special mobs like the slog beetle. They're just beetles that spawn in the evening. That is gray. That spider's gray. That bat is gray. Get all the mobs up there where it's dark blue to even on. That mob is gray. That mob is gray. That moonhopper apparently is dark blue. The dark howler is a cold stare, so it's not aggro. Try the moonhopper? I don't want to try the moonhopper till we get a buffer. give us no XP. I don't know why I aggroed this guy. I just got done saying. Person shouldn't have to rely on killing more mobs. Yeah, my XP bar just moved 0.5%. Blue, dark blue. My only option is to find dark blue. Okay, I'm gonna regret this. Alright, chat, our only option right now is dark blue. So whatever's dark blue, we're gonna pull and see what happens. We are not pulling green. I'm not gonna kill... I'm not gonna kill 200 mobs to level. Yeah. Dark blue. Okay. Alright, I'm saying it. The mobs are still overtuned out here. I'm gonna die again. This is insane. This is insane. What you're seeing here is insane. And we're dead. This area is still overtuned. VR, fix this, please. The mob still had 50% of its health. We haven't seen that all night. All night, and that was a dark blue. We had max melee skill. That's gonna happen every time. It's no different than it was last week. So the mobs out there are overtuned. And I will say this, if any of you are playing Warriors right now and you're level 7 and you go out there and you come in this chat and you tell me you solo a dark blue perfectly fine, you better have video, because I will not believe you. Better have proof. No buffs. Starting gear. That's insane. So that was a beetle and that was a spider. So we'll go out and find something else to pull, and the same thing will happen dark blue. Well, now we're level 6, so... Well, actually, that's not bad. That means some of the stuff that's green might be blue. How far into the stream are we? Oh, 420, 415. I should reference this and tell them to watch it. And they can't tell me now that it's a work in progress because they told us that last week. I mean, really, we don't even need our gear right now to pull something. What's that Moonhopper? Dark blue. Alright, chat, here we go. We got full hit points. Weapon skills maxed out. Alright, new plan, chat. Kill Moonhoppers. Only kill Moonhoppers, nothing else. Don't kill anything else out here. Just Moonhoppers. This is insane. From what you guys just saw, this is insane. Another one, dark blue. I'm not even rusted. Beetle, dark blue, level 7. Let's see what happens. Look at the difference. Look at how little damage we've done with 4 attacks right now. Look at how much damage they did. Guys, you guys got like... I've been on the Discord. I've seen people complain about the overtuning out here this past week. Insane. Did Spring Refresh come out yet? Depends on what you mean by Spring Refresh. Did we get the PTR server? Yes. Are we getting updates every week? Yes. Is it now being called the Combat and Progression Update? Yes. So as far as a refresh goes, that's where we're at. Is there a wipe coming to the new to the other servers? No. Other servers are staying the way they are. I don't think they've received an update in 3 weeks now. All the updates are coming to the PTR server. So as far as the refresh, we are not there. The PTR server launched a month ago. We've had... How many wipes, chat? 3? We got week 1. We had a wipe week 2. No. Yes. We had a wipe last week. And then we had a wipe today. So yeah, so it's almost been 4 weekly wipes. And that's because they're trying to iron out levels 1 to 10. Once they have it ironed out for 1 to 10, then they can apply that to everything afterwards. 11 to 20, 21 to 30, etc. Unfortunately, I'm finding that there are still some issues that have been carried over from the past 2 weeks that have not been addressed. Now, let's go get our body. Actually, you know what? What is this beetle con? Dark blue. Let's see if we get this guy out by the hair of our teeth. Skin of our teeth. God, if you got hair in your teeth, you got problems. Beetle's keeping pace. Oh, where'd you come from? Oh, now we're definitely dead. Boy, that's bad luck. That's another mob. That mob used to be an undercon group mob. Or Chevron mob. We were pretty close to losing that fight though, nonetheless. It's not cool. Like I said, dark blue with gear is the way it's supposed to be. As far as soloing goes, we should finish all dark blues as long as we're doing our job and hitting our abilities every chance we get. We should be finishing the fights with anywhere from 25 to 30% or 30 to 40% hit points, roughly. 30%, roughly. And so far it's been skin of our teeth, all night, if not dead. And the excuse, some classes are better at soloing than others, doesn't apply. Because that's telling me that you want me to run in groups. But you guys specifically said, for the last 4 weeks, solo and small group content, meaning 2 to 3 people. So I've been doing the solo, because that's the one that warriors go on about the most, and we see where we are with that. So that is not an excuse at this point. Or at least it's not a valid one. And I'm only trying to do this so I can stop people from complaining about how warriors are garbage at soloing. I took a warrior on the other server to level 24, specifically soloing and only soloing, and I showed everybody where to go, where to get the gear, and how to solo, and it was perfectly fine. I used no buffs from anybody, and we leveled straight up to 24. I could have kept going, but we started raiding, and I think I started playing a couple other games. I think. So now we have 2 corpses, right, chat? Yeah, we have 2. We have one at the small camp and one at the outpost. Spider. Oh, is that the recruiter? Is he the roamer? There's a roamer that goes up and down the valley here. It's nighttime and I have to get closer to target him, but I'm not going to do that because he's got a bigger aggro radius. And there he is. Son of a motherless goat. So we're going to have to come at that a different way because it's got too big of an aggro radius in that path. I remember you had a full head of hair at level 1 after soloing to 24. You still look beautiful. Yeah. Now I think we can go up here with no aggro. Excuse me. Yeah, we should be good up here. That recruit is dark blue. Full health. Oh, lag. Sure, let's start missing. Uh-oh, I'm gonna investigate. Nope. Different direction. Thank goodness. Intellect. What am I gonna do with intellect? Oh. Clifson, that name's familiar. I think I remember that name from Tree. Name looks familiar. Marvel's green right in the chat. Here we go. Little hammer weapon. Ooh, dark blue and even. You can see the warrior, even at level 7, much more active than it used to be at this level. Bandit's dark blue. Let's see if it ends us. Just took the lead. Gotta get someplace safe, because she's gonna kill us. Yep, I know it. Yeah, the tuning needs to be better over here. Tuning's gotta be better over here. That's nonsense. Oh, we can't go this way because of the router, right? Maybe those guys killed him. Excuse me. Similar names. Boxing, maybe? Maybe. The drone is dark blue. See what happens. It's 1 point, chat, but keep in mind this is a higher damaging weapon. And we're dead. The one was even. Ooh, it's green. Hold the two from the back. It's the even. So the green is up in the tunnel. I mean, I would honestly, like, soloing is not completely viable for the warrior. Now we know the snakes up here I think are rated level 9, so they're probably going to be yellow to us. But, yeah, yellow. There's one up there, it's going to be yellow. We're not going to go down there for the Gadai because there's a spawn of 3 or 4 down there, they'll all come together. Oh, we're down to level 6 again. We're gonna have to roll a warrior over in Wild Zen too and see how that goes. I need to know if it's just as difficult over there as it is here. Not really difficult, just overtuned. I want to see if these 2 spawns here spawn that I can take them. Reason being is we're trying to see if we can get some armor to drop. I can't take any of the ones up top right now, so we're trying to see if these 2 here are going to have anything on them. Oh nope, it's about that time. Chat, as I mentioned in the title of the stream this evening, I started early, but I have to end early. I have to get up really early tomorrow to see about getting my car seen to, so we're going to do that now. I'm going to end the stream now. We're just going to camp out here. We'll continue from here tomorrow. Those of you that are still here, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time. Hope you guys got to see the reset. I'm still not pleased with how this has turned out. It seems like they didn't do any adjustments in Throne Fast as far as soloing goes. I mean, you guys have seen it this evening. Removing the light blue, it seems like that was a horrible idea because now my only reliable source of XP here, solo, is green. And that makes no sense. Anywheres. That makes no sense. And you could use the excuse, oh, you don't have enough gear. You show me where to go to get it, and I'll go get it. And you can't. So we'll just leave it there. Anyhow, you guys have yourselves a good evening as always, or a good day wherever you are, and I hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.